Well, hello there. This is That One Generic Guy Grinder here, and today I am going to be playing some more Telos 2, and I will try to play for longer, but if my brain starts to fry, I will have to stop, because it's no fun playing a game if you just start getting frustrated and whatnot. So let us dive right in. If it'll load, that is. Erg. Activate towers. The towers of power. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go back to the first three and get the secondary stars, because why the heck not? So, because, yep, and I can't do the gold puzzles quite yet. Travel, you know what? East, that's 3, so east 1. I know that I'm missing 1 star. I'm gonna try to figure out how to do it. Lights, camera, action! Yes, I know. Okay, so I got that one with the statue with the green light. I did get that one. So, I need to find the other star. Why is there a question mark over there? I thought I got everything in this area. Oh, those stairs are slanted.
So these monuments represent each of the entities. Pandora,
Find my
the
sprite and
Sphinx,
follow it
and
till it leads
Prometheus.
you back to me.
Makes sense, I guess.
For a given value of sense.
Well, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna have to find a sprite. Yes, I know I don't need to jump all the time, but why not? There's nothing wrong with jumping. Okay, so it's probably not here in the open water. Hey, my little legsies. I'm gonna do this because this allows me to see just a little bit more. But I like how I'm barefoot. Or how we don't use... Oh, hey, there's something over there. That might be what I'm looking for, honestly. Oh, great. It's one of those things that is just barely not fast. I'm too fast of a sprinter. But I'm not fast enough for... this. It's too fast for me to walk. It's too slow for me to sprint. I have to do a sprint walk. Those are some birds. Man, those particles go around for stay for a while. Coolio. Stiar.
Not all things must be balanced. When good is weighed against evil, tip the scale.
Well, I'm down this area for now at least. Until I can actually do the Golden Gate. Actually, you know what? Let me check the Golden Gate. I don't think it can do it yet, but it doesn't hurt to look. Yep, back there. It's like all the way in the back almost. Yep, we're over here. I think it would make it more interesting if they had a uncorroded statue right next to a corroded one. Okay, nope, I can't do that yet. But I think it'd kind of be really cool if they add a achievement where if you don't use any Prometheus flames to skip puzzles, that you it's a secret achievement, and another one for you need every single Prometheus flame to do a puzzle. Or more like, this puzzle is locked by 8 Prometheus flames, and the only way that you can actually do the puzzle is by, you know, having all 8. Sort of like the Impossible Quiz, if you remember that, where in order to beat it, you had to keep all of your level skips, otherwise you just couldn't. So that's 1, 2. I'm gonna go to number 2. Ugh. Ugh. Nope, I need to go and find those statues. Star 1. 2, 4, 7, 8. Okay, so it has something probably to do with all of those puzzles, is my guess. Okay. Okay, good. Now I need a puzzle that combines colors. Nope. Nope. So there's something in each of those puzzles, that's my guess. Okay, so let's see about this puzzle right here. Yeah, this one needs green. So 2, 4, 7, 8. Hmm. Two, 4, 7, 8. Hmm. 2, 4, 7, 8. I bet you there's a glitch that has to deal with these. Look at the outside now. Oh, okay. Beelining to 4. I like how some of the small trees have collision and others don't. Let's grab that.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
Oh, maybe right there. There we go. I'll definitely say these beginner stars are a little easier than the ones from the first Talos Principle. It's just taking the time to actually figure it out, though. That's the hard part.
Every answer leads to another question. The last answer leads to the first question.
So I need 3 now. I'll definitely say I think the windshield needs to be wiped. Huh. That was honestly quick. Well, yeah, if they make a third Talos Principle, I think it'd be interesting if you could go back and forth between digital and real world to do things. Like in the digital world, you have to be able to activate the lasers, and in the real world, you have to be able to use them however they need to be used.
But without the road, it cannot move.
I thought it was without the... Well, maybe not axle would be the perfect word, but without, yeah, something to roll on, I guess. Honestly, this was very quick in doing, so I'm gonna see about trying to get the stars while I'm at said area next for the next upcoming areas. Up there.
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island attached to it.
Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
She's probably thinking of logistics and other stuff. Time for a drink. Ah. In the bleak midwinter. Kind of looks like one of those Death Star things, except where it's been grounded. Silver puzzles. Don't mind if I do. I can't even look around, Sedge. The Rubik's Cube. Yeah, good.
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Because creating a life is beautiful. Indeed it is, but also knowing whether you can or cannot is another thing. For the secret project, perhaps she was lonely. I don't have a clue. Probably lonely is my current guess. But at the same time, it is kind of sad to think that the only reason why you would exist was because someone was lonely. I'm not saying it's bad, just...
Could be. I know I've felt really lonely. Even when I was surrounded by people. Like there's something inside of me that just can't connect.
You
Like
can
there's
be
this
alone
deep
even in a room full of
sadness
people.
About the world, about history, about everything. And I don't know how to get over it. Sorry, probably oversharing.
Doesn't feel the same way. Don't be sorry, I'm here for you if you ever want to talk.
Thanks, 1K. I appreciate it.
How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
That's understandable because, there a lot of places might have something that like old cultures or different cultures entirely. Like here in America and probably a good portion of Europe, dogs and cats and whatnot are pets. But in some places in Europe where food is very short, they are looked at as a food source. But that is not in our place to say that they're doing wrong. They are trying their best to survive. But at the same time, we may look down upon it because it doesn't fit into our format, I guess you could call it.
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
Now, I'm not saying that stuff can't last for hundreds or thousands of years, especially with the fact that, something like 100 companies are producing like 80% of the world's carbon. But the thing is that after hundreds or thousands of years, I would think some of that carbon would have been taken out of the atmosphere for the fact that plants and stuff tend to use carbon.
No, I never did. I would have loved to. You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
Absolutely.
Nope.
I mean, it's understandable. If you're that bad at puzzles, you don't want to suffer through crap. Let the guy that knows what they're probably doing do that job. Ah, the observatory. Passing through. Oh.
What the?
Oh no, I'm just gonna take this because why not? But I think that's super cool. Eyes are closed, I guess. I like how you can leave your old body there. Is it you, Yakut? Yep. I can read through some of this later. Doc.
How can I help you?
If Athena left the island long ago.
Then at least we may be able to find out what happened in New Jerusalem, why she came here. But I don't think she left the island. I think she's still here, waiting for us to make the right choices.
I like to be optimistic.
It would be nice if something good happened for once, wouldn't it? I think every single human being is completely unique, and every instance of consciousness is a miracle. The more of us there are, the more alive the universe is. And the more we all interact with each other, the more complex the life of the universe becomes. So I believe that people are a fundamental good. I don't believe we're all flawless, but I think every one of us matters precisely because nothing else does.
I mean, I can sort of understand that point of view. If you don't have anything, or looking at the bright side of life is super important. Here, tell me a joke.
Okay. How many robots does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know how many.
Replacing a light bulb is a waste of resources, and the founder would be outraged.
I can kind of get it. It's sort of funny, but it's definitely not a great...
Herman didn't seem to think so. Could be, yes, of course.
Anything can be misused in the right hands.
Technology has the potential to be misused. From fire and the wheel to whatever makes these particle clouds. But that doesn't mean it has to be. In the principle of it, no. It's not just that I believe humanity is fundamentally good, although I do. It's that I think sentience is the foundation of everything else. What's the point of stars and galaxies, of hills and forests, without someone to perceive them? But my faith that we can actually grow up, that we can break out of these loops and take control of our destiny, that's something I struggle with every single day.
How did Mayor Hermanubis get elected?
Herman? Honestly, I think he makes people feel safe. The world beyond our walls is frightening. Human history is full of failures and disasters.
Absolutely.
It's easy to look at that and recoil. Herman offers a vision of the future that feels contained, manageable.
Life will always be a struggle. That is true. It's fantasy. A return to Golden Age will never exist. But what do we sacrifice to gain that safety? So, I feel like at the end of the day, it is a fantasy. There is no such thing as a perfect world or a perfect society. There will always be ups and downs and all arounds, the goods, the bads, the grays, the blacks, the whites. And when I don't mean that in a way, in a bad way. Like people that view the world as black and white and see no middle. Either things are good or they're not. That is it's a misconstrued way of looking at the world, because what if someone does something minorly bad to try to do something majorly good? Like, oh hey look, someone's family is starving, so they rob like some really cheap food from a place, and like I'm not saying that robbing is a good thing, it's not, but do you think it's worse for the fact that they have to resort to that in order to feed themselves? it's a lesser of two evils. Like, they could have robbed someone for their money or something, or which I would feel would be almost as bad as so that they could survive. But the thing is that you kind of have to see the world like, hey, look, there's good things and there's bad things, and I'm gonna say this: the means, or the ends don't always justify the ends don't justify the means, because some people can take that and kind of twist it in their own way, however they want, that can really hurt people. But that doesn't mean that that everyone does that. Life will always be a struggle. Okay. The fantasy returns a golden age that never existed. In truth, I feel like, yeah, humanity will never truly find a golden age as long as we don't try to stabilize things, is the best way I can put it. I don't like being pessimistic, but I do like to be realistic.
I don't think I fully agree. I think someday, maybe, life could be less of a struggle than it is now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to achieve that will take a great deal of work.
And
we
struggle.
will have to build the systems that make a better world possible.
Absolutely. If technology isn't a problem, why did our ancestors... It's because of stupidity. That is the problem.
Athena was always trying to understand the reality underneath what we perceive, the objective truth. That's why she was capable of leaving the simulation. And even after she was free, she never stopped trying to understand more. I suspect her research took her another step closer to understanding the truth. And such steps always challenge our conception of the universe. But that's the wonderful thing about science. We can adapt our views to the evidence.
Yep.
In the sense of an interventionist deity? No. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but it's not something I personally believe. But I do think there is something genuinely sublime in this universe, and it's right in front of us.
Everything.
Consciousness. The
That
fact
too.
that this sense of self is even possible, that an arrangement of matter can produce a self-aware mind? Think about it. It's a fundamental property of the universe, an unbreakable law that matter has the inherent capacity to become more than the sum of its parts. That is the definition of transcendence.
So in a way, we're kind of... I'm not going to say gods, but like a higher being, I guess.
She did, yes. Some people in New Jerusalem choose to live in family units, although usually that involves marriage or equivalent ceremonies, not having children. You could say that Athena was a kind of mother to us, and Cornelius a kind of father, but it's not quite the same.
I'm not going to bother asking the top one, because honestly, we can already say that it's of our own doing. Run, boy, run. Nothing under the stairs. Yes, I'll read through that later.
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
Ground zero. I have a feeling like that is supposed to be where you switch bodies with someone. Or not switch bodies with someone, you transfer bodies. So, those little islands. ATC? So, south for A. To the east is of A is T. And the top is C. Huh. No footprints in the snow, Sag.
There's an old saying about how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves. Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories. But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
Makes sense, I guess. Climbing up sheer walls. It's like it's Skyrim. I like how you could just walk anywhere where there's snow. Find my sprite until you follow it till it leads back to me. So it's almost directly east, huh? Kind of towards the main structure. I can also see speedrunners trying to 100 complete this game, and that would be interesting. Although that might take a hot minute.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
We begin with the self because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
So that I don't get skis.
Now, I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seems so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
That was close. I'm not actually up here to try to cheat puzzles. I'm up here to try to figure out where that blue thing is. Because that was pointing towards the middle of the structure, kind of. I bet you this is the one where people will either cheat into as many of these things, puzzles as possible so they don't have to do the puzzles, or they just cheat their way into there and out. Out. Well, they knew people would try to cheat their way into this one, I guess. But they didn't try hard enough.
Wonka, I've been watching you solve these puzzles and
I cheated a couple.
this body replication tech is incredible. It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society. Do you have any idea how hard it is to make more of us? We're not like a toaster. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human. It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
Our cosmic duty is to spread consciousness. I think that's kind of the animal side of humanity, which case these guys aren't animals. Let's see. Point where there's enough people, but this is not it. I mean, maybe there are legitimate reasons with the population. There are legitimate reasons. Usually it's resource consumption and sustainability. Ourselves for a reason. So I don't think it's our cosmic duty. But I'll definitely say that maybe at some point where there's enough people, but this is not it. Yes.
Look, yes. Large amounts of people can cause problems. But even the problems they cause are interesting.
Absolutely.
Because without people, the world is boring.
Truly.
I'm not even saying there isn't some planetary limit. But I've done the maths. It's in the high billions. Not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Aw, she won't let me talk to her no more. Yep, he's still...
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
So this is one you would not be able to cheat. Why are they my body specifically, though? Legit, the only way I can think of is if I cheese it. Why the heck not, though?
Yes? Of course I did. She and Cornelius were both there when I was born. Neath was just starting to take over back then, and they were still showing her the ropes. Busy. There was always another problem to solve. Did you know that she never upgraded her body? Always prioritized everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic I wish more people had.
Absolutely. Agree, but there's also needs to be space for other things in life. It's worth becoming self-destructive at some point.
I suppose so. For me, living is doing. But I understand that other people have more varied needs. I've never felt the need for a partner as such. I've met a lot of people who do. Athena and Cornelius, Atal and Damien, Sarabai and Hypatia. But that's not really for me. So far, at least.
Understandable.
But I do have social needs like anyone. What I like is a pleasant buzz of humanity. Not too close, not too far. Something I can be part of without having it get in my face all the time.
Understandable.
The data stream overloads. Yes, they could. There are safeguards to prevent that from happening. But these aren't exactly carefully controlled circumstances. It's hard to predict. Our brains are absurdly complicated, which is why it's so hard to make more of us.
Yeah.
Maybe she just got sick of things breaking all the time. As far as I can tell, anything, which is insane. I used to think it was the only safe way forward. Keep things simple and under control. Now I'm not so sure that ever made sense. She's so innocent and full of wonder, it should make me want to retch, metaphorically speaking. But I'll admit, she's sort of charming.
Oakley dokley. I think I jumped into the wrong one. Here it is. This is untextured properly. This game is unplayable. Tis joke. Please do not take that seriously. That was close. I still don't know how you're supposed to get up here without having both of you I don't know.
What can I do
Alcatraz.
for you, 1K? I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was born. I remember she came and talked to me after New Alexandria, told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility. A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while.
Understandable.
It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control.
Yes,
you know that
definitely
saying
could.
about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool? For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, considering that these people are nigh immortal as long as they take care of themselves. That's all it takes for them to die is a little bit of carelessness. You could almost say they're a little bit like elves, I guess, if you think about it. Let's see. 4 is over there. So wait, I did 2 and I did 3. What else? So I'm gonna have to find 4 now. Okay, sorry. So I cheated 1. Don't want to jump down that. Where? It's probably over here. That was it. Oh. Say Geronimo. Oh, 1 second. Drink. Might as well. Gamer subs are good. That is personally, I feel they're good. Was it inside 4? So I got 2 bodies, right? They already have 1,000 on them, and they have eyes that are blinking. How interesting. I didn't mean to do that. Nope.
I'm glad to see all those overloads haven't damaged your logic circuits.
At least this one's a little bit quicker. In real life, if someone tried to jump that high, they'd likely hurt themselves. There we go.
We cannot return to the past, but the future can redeem all that has happened.
So it did 5, I think. Yeah, I think it did. I'll double check it just in case. But man, the 100% completionists are gonna have a whale of a time. Yeah, okay, got it. Oh, did I not do 3? Oh, I'll do 3 then. No, I'll do 5 first because it's a little closer. No, cannot cheat the Sag. I already did 5. No, that's 4. Is 5 right behind it? Oh, it is. Oop, and... Ow. What the heck is that? 1 second. Oh, it's a ladder. Okay. I'm stupid.
I can't imagine spending years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
Oh, where's Blue? Oh, right there. Oh, right there. I'm blind.
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
But where in the universe is it our duty to do it? Like, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean like, oh, hey, look, we shouldn't do anything or anything like that. But it's just, there is so much to life. And if we don't do anything about it, then that's kind of on us, not necessarily perfectly on us. Nope. Oh, there he is. Sven and it. And the golden door. You have to take a quick look at that statue again because I'm brain farming what I was supposed to do for that one. There's the golden door. I don't think you can cheese your way into that area. So no, that one isn't the laser one. What was this one again? ATC. Oh, the left side of the thing. Okay, so 1, 2, 7, 8. So that is that. So over there, which is puzzle 8, that's puzzle 7. No, that's puzzle, what? Okay, so that's the golden one. That's 8. This is 7 over here, I believe. Okay, so that one is 8. The one that's closer, right there, is the golden gate. 8 gates to the left of that is down there. I already was down there. Yeah, I already was. So that's the gate. This is where I am right now. Maybe there's certain buttons around those areas. Well, I'm gonna do this one real quickly. Wait, actually, So I need to go down to that hand area. The maybe it's just that one left in the way. The next one on the right. That one, I think. Because that's almost directly behind. Have to figure that out soon. Bottom left, bottom right, up mid. Wait. Sad. I'll come back out and try to figure out that afterwards.
I admire your persistence, 1K.
What does that button do? Yeah, this is gonna take a while. I know that that's for something, I just don't know what. Maybe it's an order thing, for all I know. Versus a combination of them being pushed down. Because let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So left, top down. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I don't know. All I know is that these do something. I just don't know what. I don't know. If it's 4, that will take quite the... yeah, that would take quite a while. You know what? Nope. ACT? I forgot middle mouse button was what was used, not the scroll wheel, to zoom. So intense. Super intensely staring at a wall. That is a headbanger. Hmm. Wait, I know what I'm supposed to do. Hmm. Okay, you know what? I think I might know what I have to do. Wait, 1 second. And I was right! So I'm gonna see what's behind this. Oop. Ow. That would have been a perfect place to hide something. So is it back here? Okay. Oh my gosh. How am I gonna do these buttons? So. Okay, I'm gonna just make an A. Oh. Okay. Ouchie. Delayed reaction much? Probably. Nope. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to go all the way over there real quick. Ow. That hurt. And yes, I do know that a certain amount of fall damage will kill you. At least I'm 95% sure. Just haven't really tested it out much. That was a weird lag. I'm trying to figure out. So I know the top one is C, but what is the one down here? Because all the way up there. Come on. Just following the path. Man, I can run uphill at the speed of sound. So let's see. Take the right. That would be 7 up here. Fine, I'll do the stupid thing. Nope. What? T? Well, I guess the top one is C now. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain. She'll be coming round the mountain. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be a robot. I don't know. What's going through my mind? But I like how there's a secret on the secret puzzle. Ooh. Well. Running back up. Let's go around the other way. Yep. Coolio! Let's scare him up it. There we go.
If the fool persisted in his foolishness, would he become wise?
I guess that would depend on what they're being foolish about. Because there's quite a bit of things that can happen. Yep, there's a gate. I'm late to open the pearly yellow gate. There we go. Very quick elevator ride.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
If Hephaestus thought the punishment unjust, he should have refused. No one should be chained. Hephaestus only forged the chains. It was Zeus who bound Prometheus. Yes, it was his duty to obey the father of the gods. We just cut out the cryptic nonsense and tell me if Athena's here. Let's see. Is it worth it for Prometheus to be bound up by giving humans giving humans fire? And is for tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith of the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion? That's not an easy question. For multiple reasons. Was it right that Hephaestus bound Prometheus with the chains that he made? Yes, it was his duty to obey the father of the gods. No one should be chained. Hephaestus only forged the chains. It was Zeus who bound Prometheus. Chains were made to hold or restrain something. I don't actually remember the mythology if he made it for Prometheus specifically or not. If Hephaestus thought the punishment unjust, he should have refused. But it was Hephaestus' right to allow his art to be used in this fashion. Oh no. Hephaestus only forged the chains. It was Zeus who bound Prometheus.
And is Hephaestus therefore absolved of the responsibilities of the Creator?
The individual morality of Hephaestus is a distraction from unjust laws decreed by the gods. Well, the thing is that Zeus does have the power to basically punish every other god too with his strength. Let's see, concede. So Hephaestus is partially responsible, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it's just... It's sort of like making a jail cell. You make it for a specific reason, but whom it holds is not up to you. And another thing would be... I don't know where I'm going with this. My brain is starting to fry, but I'm okay for a while longer. But in the end of the day, it's you can make a bunch of chains for something, but someone else can use it for something it isn't meant for, or to use it in a way you didn't intend to. Like, yes, chains can be used to, well, chain someone up. But chains could also be used to basically pull a drawbridge or to lift up heavy things that ropes would not be able to withstand. I want to do the third one because I find it more interesting.
Interesting.
Pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know.
You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called Defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
Got everything from the area. Except for the Golden Gate.
You're on your way to an island. Yes, another island. Sorry, Melville. Well, it actually used to be a valley between the mountains, but it's mostly flooded now. That probably happened long before the founder came here, though.
Another legacy of our ancestors.
Do me a favor, will you? Look for another one of the Founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
You want to know what I think? I think the founder found out that she's still in a simulation, actually. I think that'd be far more interesting. Very Tundra-esque. I like how this one's immediately here, and how are they here before me again? Oh, whatever. X. Wait, there's 2 X's. 3. So, X... back there, the top of the island, and on the large island, right side. So, right side, right island, just before the peninsula. I didn't realize the water is that deep, and I killed myself. Okay, as long as I don't keep my head underwater, I'm okay. I also cannot jump while my head is completely submerged. Okay, so it's eyes. Your eyes are the indicator mark. Okay, that's good to know. So that's the little island. Is that there's an X up here. Because to our left, yeah, it should be right. Somewhere around this area. Oh, maybe it's that right there. So I'm gonna go on that island over here. I get the question mark first because it's a little closer. Never mind, I'm gonna have to travel islands anyway. So down right and up. Okay, I guess I'm going to grab that first.
Strap in, this is a long one. You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John. John Carpenter. He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth. From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind you, he just made classic after classic. All of his movies, really fun, really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it?
This is where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here. But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure. I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history. But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets weigh on our minds like a nightmare. Our civilization is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. We're afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. That building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past.
I mean, that's entirely the way of history.
Over and over. Because for some reason, people find it easier to cling to cynicism and self-hate than to actually have hope. Because believing the worst about ourselves, calling ourselves sinners and fools, somehow still seems wise. Yes, because this is something unexpected, an anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible, and maybe that can break people out of the loop. All we need is a spark. Maybe that's why she made all this, the puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
I hope so.
Thank you, 1K. I hope so too. We might be wrong, but let's be optimistic. Now, let's see what else we can find here.
That is an illegal move. You can't take out the pawn. Isn't the one. Bunch of buttons. Yeah, the pawn isn't the one that you want to have last. The king is supposed to be the one that lives.
Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there.
I'm born as fuses. My curiosity is too great.
I think it's a somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus streamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go.
Can you explain it like I was born yesterday?
Well, what we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the Somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best, and pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery.
We should try it, study it, disable it. I'd say, sure, let's try it.
I would advise against it. You may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked. Not to mention risking the data we could get from it.
Sounds like a plan. Melville, I'm shutting this thing down until you can get here. 1K, get on with exploring the rest of the lab.
I wanted to brick myself. Hunk of rock? Huh. Overload, isn't it? Yep.
The singularity sustained itself longer this time.
Did we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
Are you okay? You overloaded again. Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder. I was one of the first she woke up. There was just a handful of us in those days. A small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn. The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along?
It must have been hard to lose your mentor. Shouldn't have deserted people. She did what she thought she had to do, I think.
She did. She must have. I just don't understand. But if all this is a test, maybe there's an answer waiting for us in the megastructure. Speaking of which, let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
Wonder why she had so many labs around. Wait. So, I need to be on the right side. Oop.
Is it possible that on some level, people want to believe that everything's going to get worse? That it's comforting to think that humanity is bad and every solution will just go wrong? Because that way you're never responsible. You never have to take on responsibility for anything outside yourself. Never have to grow up.
So I need to be on the right side. Got it, over there.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose
perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors, and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
That's definitely a way to look at it. Is there any other X's? So I got that one, I got that one. Now it's just the one on the north side of that island. Okay. So I have to do all 8 puzzles. Find my sprint, follow it till it leads you back to me. Got it.
Everything okay? Our ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well.
Makes sense.
There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet. Sure. I think there's plenty inside each of us to explore, and it might give us a new perspective. Will it really answer all the big questions?
No.
I don't know, but it might help.
Yep, definitely might. Emphasis on that. This looks a lot like that Sydney structure, if you know what I'm talking about. Absorption. Tis interesting. There we go.
In the beginning, before we built New Jerusalem, we used to explore just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking for resources, trying to make sense of the world we'd been thrust into, trying to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats just to see what else there was.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, Al. They were family to me.
Sorry. Didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt. That's what kept us going.
Hmm. I'm dumb. It took me way longer than it should have.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Julio, not too bad.
That was really kind of excellent.
Oh, thank you. There we go. I think that should have done it. There we go. But yeah, I think there would be a whole lot of stuff that dual puzzles could do. So stuff in electronic world can affect what you can do in the real world, but the real world stuff can also be used to either change some things in electronic world, or if they make connections so that you can do certain things in electronic world that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Oh, okay, I'm stupid. Oh, 1 second. Julio! Okay, real quickly, I'm gonna have to use the restroom because I have been holding it in for a while. I shall try to be back ASAP! Sorry that it took so long. I'm back. Live and resume. Oh, sorry.
Melville,
What is it now?
why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Pay for it, he will. In what way, we know not. So red. Wait, I know what to do. I will later. In a bit. Okay. There we go. That took a hot second. 1 second, sorry. Hmm. Crap, I should have taken that out first. Wait a second. So green, blue make red. There we go. One second, I have to say something to someone. soon. I am still streaming. Sorry. Okay, hopefully this is correct. Okay, so make green. Red and green make blue. One second. Okay, so that outside. So now I need green and red. Okay, so green. There we go. Not too bad.
Congratulations, 1K. That was a hard one.
Not overly, at least not for me. I'm not going to say that isn't hard, but sometimes it's just your thought process that makes things more difficult. So what comes easy to me might be harder for others. Okay, so sure, let's just do this right now. Wait, you know what? Need that box. Boxing. Oh, crap. There we go. There. Come on. This is the Golden Gate. Almost have this one. Wait, actually, do I have... 1 second. I have 0 stars. Okay, I'm gonna have to get the second star after. There we go.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
There we go. Ah, it is land bridge. And I bet you some people will find a way to be able to cut across the water. That's the only start.
None may know what came first, error or sin, and yet every choice depends on it.
Map. 2 stars. There is 2 stars. Okay, it's over there. Let me double check what that star was. Research. Okay, that was that. Nope. Okay, what's that? I don't remember seeing that earlier. Oh, the Sprite. Oh, the Sprite one. It's on that island, honestly. Maybe that one, actually. That cluster. Hmm. Two sparks. Oh, it looks like one of those wind things that you use to get across water. Usually very shallow water, but they can also be used on land too. Some sort of hydro fan, or I'm brain from what its actual name is called. Hmm. Crap. Here. I am going to grab some more liquid. Gamer subs are good. Ugh. Come and join it just a bit. 2 more before I go for the golden door.
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
Yes. Oh. Fridge. No, the washing machine. Under here? No. Guess I've been a little on the nose. One thing I could think of is maybe that structure over there. I nearly had that jump. So that's where the star is. Overview of the lake I see. Yes, it is. I'm trying to figure out how to get that star over there. Because I need to find the spark, but the thing is I don't know where the spark is. Or Sprite, sorry. I'm not going to say super thoroughly searched every island, but I think I've searched them enough to see a floating, glowing blue thing of particles. Just swim. Yeah. All the way. Easy. Oh, that was close. Seems like it sinks and doesn't swim. Yes. I would be surprised if hundreds of pounds of pure metal wire circuitry and maybe some plastic could float. If it wasn't at least partially hollow. Or fairly hollow, I should say. I've searched a lot of the islands. Where the heck could the blue spark be? Or Sprite, whatever you want to call it. You know what's going to happen? It's going to be right under my nose. Or it's going to be on the island with the thing that I have to activate. Because I already did the statue star. See? Green. Cannot unflip it. Don't think all electric material should be in the water, per se. Yes, it is very much not good, especially if it's salt water, and I'm 95% sure it's salt water. Normal water, not good for electronics. Salt water is heck on them. If you get salt water on your electronics, it'd be better if you just replace your electronics than try to fix them. Because salt will corrode the crap out of stuff. Just throw rice in the ocean, problem solved. Did you know the ocean is just a big thing of soup? Yep. Got real questions to ask. What, like what? When do kidneys become adult knees? Well, before they become adult knees, they have to be a teenies. And then after they become adult knees, they become elderly. Elderly. You got that. Where is this Sprite? It says it teenies the mood swing phase. Absolutely. No, I've like fairly thoroughly searched almost all of these islands, and I cannot for the life of me find any Sprite. I'm gonna go to that island to see if maybe it's somewhere around there. I'd really like that star. I already did this puzzle. Might as well check out this island, if I can. Oop, that was close. Don't think I can. Well, that got brighter. Oh, this would have been a perfect place to hide a secret. And I slipped. Well, doesn't look like there's anything on the left side. I'll check the right side though. And yes, I already was on that island. I can say for sure I did not see any blue sprites there. Ooh. Okay, it seems like the wall stretches out. I don't think you can strafe jump that. Or at the very least, I'm not good enough to. Well, sadly, I might have to hold off on getting the last star of this area for now. Time to say Geronimo! But inverse. I can...
Halt, creature of clay. You have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people?
I'd say so.
Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Without his gifts, we would no longer even exist. That would definitely very much be true. Because without fire, we wouldn't have gotten any refined materials. Let's see. Metal, plastic, basically heat in general is what allowed us to do, like, I'm gonna say at least 90% of everything that humans have ever literally done. Because even like the Greek and the ancient Egyptians, the Mayans, the Africans, basically Europeans in general. Also, without fire, we would hear Billy Joel's hit song. We didn't start the fire. Yep. So easily, I can say the first one. Second one, his gifts have greatly eased the suffering of the world. I'm not going to say ease the suffering so much as it make. The thing is that things can be used both ways. It can be used for good or bad. It can make metal and a bunch of other chemicals and stuff that have helped us, but like any tool, it can be misused. You make mistakes in using them, but the good outweighs the bad. I guess that would depend on how you look at it. Let's see. Wood, not wood. They have caused great harm, but they cannot be put back into the box. They have been a curse to my people. Lady, I'm a robot. Definitely. Without... yeah. Without fire, there is probably a chance that we wouldn't exist, or at least nowhere near as we are now. Actually, there is a chance that we probably would have ceased existing if you think about it. For the fact that since we've been able to make metal tools and armor, which have helped improve our lives to make and refine things, which allowed us to make more stuff to refine more things. Yeah, so the thing is that when we first started making like basic iron tools or bronze tools, tin tools, copper, whatever, we would still be in the Stone Age at best, which would be, hey, look, we have lots of sickness, and let's see, wouldn't be able to cook raw food, making certain areas less populated. Actually, we could just outright have been wiped out without being able to cook food. Because if you think of how many diseases and other crap that are in, you know, certain animals, the fact that it allows us to produce things to protect ourselves from the environment in certain animals. I mean, just think about it. Imagine trying to make a wood house out of, like, don't get me wrong, I know people have made houses out of, like, dirt and branches and animal skins, but the thing is that there would be so much competition in so many things that it would be stupidly hard to do anything if you aren't by sources that already have everything. On YouTube with the house building, yeah, didn't he build a house with a stick? But the thing is that, well, without fire, basically, at the very minimum, we would not be anywhere near we are now. We wouldn't have, let's see, something like that. Yeah. So at the very best, we wouldn't. We would be in the Stone Age. Lava? Well, I mean, it's not like we could really touch lava. Heck, even with specialized suits, that's like very, very short term. But we wouldn't have buckets to help carry things. Like, just imagine, like, every single civilization would literally have to live by water. Without a bucket, we wouldn't be able to have, like, wells. Oh, don't get me wrong, the heat inside might be able to do stuff, but that would literally require people to live around active volcanoes, which are, last I heard, very extremely dangerous. So yeah, without his gifts, we would no longer even exist.
Without Prometheus, your ancestors would never have fallen. And you would have all the natural gifts that your people have now lost.
Disasters always happen. Without the gifts of Prometheus, we'd be defenseless. Honestly, that would be true. We have gained as much as we have lost. That is also true. We are better now than when we were flesh. We cannot change the past. We are what we are. Honestly, I'm going to go with this one. Because what's done is done. We cannot change something that has already happened.
You cannot return to what you were, but you can still change your future. Be humble where you once were proud, and avoid the mistakes that led you here.
Well, one of the things is that in order to not make the same mistakes, you would have to know that there were mistakes in the first place.
I've been thinking, there's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
Tis tower 2. I'm gonna try to come back for that star, but as of right now, I'm just urged out of trying to find that sprite. I've looked in most places. There's a good chance I overlooked it, but at this point, I'm just can't bother. That was a little bit of a longer...
This area looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus, when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens. Mother Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
Well, the thing is that was she the one that
revenge,
actually...
Al. It's just failure.
Yeah, that too.
People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that. Telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
Well, there has to be something over here, considering the fact that there's so much area over here. Steam, or maybe not steam, but fog would be more accurate. Aha! Secret facility. I feel like there's something over here, but maybe it's just extra to make the map seem larger. Nothing really over here.
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions. Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature. This is precisely the opposite of the truth. It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home,
I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
Well, I'm never gonna say that it's bad to live in harmony with nature. But terraforming it to fit us is not something that we should, you know, really be doing to the scale that we probably are doing. I'm really just going around the map doing whatever, aren't I? Oh, come on. There's nothing out over here? I don't think I'm supposed to be out over here. Yes, I'm literally at the edge of the map. This game is unplayable, fix it! I'm joking. No, but like, why is this area out here available for us to walk if we're not really supposed to be here? 1 second, sorry. I'm back. It's nothing to worry about. Our oven is a thing that just doesn't like, it works properly, but it's a little, Here, back to the game. Our oven likes mischief. That's what I'm gonna say. But I am sad over here. So much traveling, and yet nothing of it. Well, if I remember correctly, if the ocean rises up something like, I want to say 10 to 20 feet, the majority of Florida would actually be buried. Oop. Not buried, underwater. There really is no use for all these little land area swamp thing. An hour and 30 minutes. Okay, Stinky. I'll probably be getting off kind of soon. Oh, no, that's close. Nope, okay. Long way around. Ugh. But yeah. I'm just gonna discover the secrets first. You know what? There we go. Close. And then get off. Prometheus here. Oh dear! Oh dear. Pets. Let me pets! Wow, it really runs away from you. But yeah, it shouldn't take more than a few more minutes to get the main secrets out of the way. I call this the box. There. The lab. Nothing to discover in there, sadly. And this is the last secret. No, 3, 4. Okay, might take a couple minutes longer than I thought it would be. I mean, not like too much longer, but, you know.
Something I really like about Alex, one of the reasons why I'm here doing this, is that she's really humble. She has this incredibly positive view of humanity. She believes we can accomplish anything. But it's not about her. She doesn't think that she's smarter or better than anyone else. She just looks at us as a species. And even though she can see how small we are in the grand scheme of things, she thinks that we could conquer the stars and give meaning to the universe. Even now. Even when none of us are going to live to see it. Isn't that awesome?
Come on. There we go.
Miranda, would you like to play a game?
A game? That sounds like fun.
It is. Remember what Alexandra Drennan said about games?
They're part of what makes us human.
Exactly. And this is a game Alexandra Drennan designed when she was still in school. It's based on her favorite book. Have a go.
And there's more secrets than I thought there would be. Or maybe not. This is actually pretty normal so far. I just realized. Come on. And that should be all of them. So I'm gonna call that a day. So thank you very much for watching. Like these puzzles. 1 second. Sorry about that. It's probably best that I do get off anyway because of the smoke alarms going off again. So. Again, this has been very fun. More philosophy and a whole lot of snowy puzzles. So, thank you very much for watching. I had fun. I hope you did too. This is That One Generic Guy, and I shall bid you adieu. Good night.